Hello, everyone. I hope you all are doing well today. A little different time for us than normal. But thank you all so much for joining. Hello, Tyler. Hello, Kane. Thank you very much for the Birds Yikes redeem, Marky. Yes, so for those unaware, well, hold on. Hello. Little Maeve is gone now. We can pop back up now. For those unaware, I have decided to add the Bird Yikes redeem into our channel points because it's just so silly. I can't not, you know? But I hope you all are doing well. So, I kind of want to explain a little bit that streams for the next little bit are going to be a little bit touch and go. Depending on my schedule and how I'm feeling, I'm going to try and keep it consistent in the evenings. However, just be aware that things may change. So just be aware. We'll play it by ear for a little bit and go from there. Also, thank you so much to Jacob and Knockoff for following since the last stream. I really, really appreciate it. So, are we worried about what's going to happen in this last little bit of door 3? Oh, Tyler, thank you for the 500 bits. Thank you so much. Jacopo, don't. Oh no. Oh no, you're taking lessons, aren't you? Oh no. But I hope everyone is resting, is eating, is making sure you are hydrated. And yeah, we will not Marky is the master of punishment. Yep. Okay. What do we think is going to happen to Jacopo? Any guesses? For those who haven't either seen the visual novel before or who haven't spoiled themselves. All the bad. The bad ones usually never get punished. Well, who was the bad one in Nellie and Mel's story then? Who's being punished? Was it the family? Yeah, technically later on Mel. Interesting. Okay. Well. Do we think nothing's gonna happen to Jacopo? Interesting. And everything's gonna happen to Morgana. Wisey. Yeah, that's possible. technically was punished, but considering he was an extreme dick before the memory loss as well. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh dear. Well then, shall we just get straight to it? Always without sin and always punished. Shall we? Actually, I think I'm gonna adjust this just slightly. Just a little bit. There we go. That looks a little bit better. All right. We are at Caught in a Quagmire. Oh boy. Let's see if I can remember the voices now. It's been a minute. So last we left, the white-haired girl is now locked in her... Oh, you guys don't have sound. Ah, yes. Hold on. There you go. Sorry. Sorry. Also, let me know if the volume's too loud. Seems fine? Okay, cool. No, I just forgot to unmute the game audio. Hooray for me! So yes, our white-haired girl is now locked in this makeshift shed by Jacopo. So, let's see what happens. Actually, I'm going to turn that down just a little bit. You bet. Just because I know my voice won't always be where it needs to be. So. How did things end up like this? Why? All I wanted was to go back to the way things used to be. For us. Be able to smile around each other. It had been several days since Jacopo had locked her in the shed, and her day-to-day life was growing more arduous. She was under constant surveillance. The door was only unlocked to deliver her meals 3 times a day. And despite what an unfortunate situation their employer's wife found herself in, the maids chattered and gossiped and giggled freely. Not even in the shadows, out of her presence, the tactless young maidservants whispered directly to the white-haired girl when they brought her her meals. "Look at you, madam, caged away like cattle." I could almost hear the sounds of cracks forming in her heart. I imagined she had gotten to the point where she was having difficulty merely holding herself together. She had done nothing wrong, and yet she was forced to live this life of insults and mockery, of ridicule. The only reason her tenuously held together spirit did not completely shatter is because she still had her one and only ally. The maid Maria volunteered to attend to the white-haired girl. Maria took over the duty of delivering her 3 meals, meaning the other maids stopped coming by. But that relieved the white-haired girl's mental and emotional stress considerably. Maria had become her sole conversation partner, her sole companion. She did not leave as soon as the meals were finished, instead remaining in the shed with the white-haired girl for some time. Hmm. So, madam, how about a funny story? I flubbed up pretty hard the other day. You want to hear about it? So, a couple days back, I didn't get enough sleep the previous night, right? I was helping out in the kitchen, half awake, plating some food. When I go to bring it back to the guest, my heart leaps out of my mouth. Guess why? What I thought was a plate was actually an ashtray. Man, I was sweating like a pig. The guest didn't seem to notice, but the other maids were as pale as ghosts the entire time. Just about everyone had themselves a case of the vapors. I got quite the tongue lashing at Okay. Are we back? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Do we sound somewhat normal? Okay. Fun. I don't know what happened. We love when the ghost possesses my PC. Hooray. So. Stream scuff. Yeah, scuff hours probably just mic issue. I don't know. I don't even touch the mic half the time and it messes up, so who knows. Tongue lashing. Oh, okay, let me. I got quite the tongue lashing at cleanup. Pretty funny, huh? Oh, did you? Sounds like a pretty bad day. Yeah. And that's what you missed. So not much. Hey, madam? I know there's not much point in telling you to cheer up right now. But I'm sure he won't keep you locked up here forever. He's just a bit crabby right now. It'll be alright. Although, I guess this is a bit drastic for a temper tantrum. I'm sorry, madam. I had only pushed him back a bit harder. If I only had tried, if only I had a little more influence, you might not be in this situation. I thought I could be of some help, but I guess I'm not doing a great job at that. Of course not, Maria. You absolutely are. Your being here takes a great weight off my shoulders. Still, though, I feel so worthless. Because I'm just a maid. I can't set you free. It's okay. I'm used to being imprisoned. What? What do you mean you're used to it? You never locked your door before. You're right. I'm not sure why, but I feel as though I've been in a similar predicament before, lacking freedom and contact with others for a long stretch of time. I'm sure it's simply the exhaustion getting to you, madam. No one should ever be used to living like this. Yes, I agree. And I pray things go back to the way they were soon. Has getting mad at him never crossed your mind? Getting mad? Yeah, you know, when he yells, you yell back. Let him know he's in the wrong. Never considered doing that? I guess you're not one to get angry, madam. Which would mean you're a better fit for the Holy Mother than me. Oh no. I do sometimes want to get angry. To tell you the truth. It's almost always going through my mind how, if I did raise my voice, perhaps he would listen to what I have to say. But when I'm standing there in front of him, and he starts shouting at me, I freeze up and end up not saying a word at all. I'm just such a pitiful woman. Everything about me. When I need to speak up most, stand up for myself, I cannot. Oh, don't look so down. That's not a bad thing. It's just got you in a little bit of a pickle right now. But I'll clear everything up with him. You hear me? In my mind, your modesty is a virtue. The more I think about it, I can't even imagine you screaming. I like you better the way you are, reserved and ladylike. You can leave all the yelling to me. I'll do whatever I can to help you, madam. Were you able to clear up his confusion about the night we were dancing? Oh, about that. Sorry, he just wouldn't hear it. I see. But I'm not throwing in the towel. I'll keep trying, so long as it takes. So... say, Maria, could I, perhaps, ask another favor? Huh? Yeah, sure. Let me have it. I would like to write him a letter. A letter? To someone who lives in the same house? Yes. As things stand, I cannot simply go visit him on a whim. And feel as though I could calmly express on paper things I am unable to say to him face to face. I suspect I might have more luck that way. I also believe that he would be more likely to maintain his composure reading my thoughts in a letter than hearing them from my mouth. With it, I can clear up all the confusion, and things can go back to the way they were. A letter, huh? Interesting. I'll write the letter, which I would like you to deliver to him. May I ask that of you? Absolutely, not a problem. Thank you, Maria. You're the only person I can count on, and I mean that. Why? Why'd this have to happen? Why would she betray me? I wanted to give her a decently happy life. I didn't want to get violent with her. And yet when I saw her face, and I heard what she had to say, I couldn't restrain myself. Why are you guys humming in chat? What's going on? This is the second I've seen. Okay. Okay. I'll trust you all. I'm analyzing. Okay. I guess what it comes down to is that no matter how I dress up, I'm still a Bazzarati. Or Berzati, sorry. Berzati? Berzati. Berzati? Berzati. Berzati? Who knows? Who fucking knows at this point? Not the first one, whatever the fuck I said, so. There was never any way for this bloodline to give that girl happiness. God damn it. Why am I fretting over this nonsense? And I'm supposed to be the future head. Ha. An illusion. But they're dancing. They're really dancing. And they look like they're having a wonderful time. Are you sure it's an illusion and not something else? To me, it doesn't seem to be. I not see it but anything but two tiny people dancing. That's how it works. Reach out your hand and try to grab them. You won't be able to. You're right. That's a shame. I didn't think you actually would. But it's the most precious thing. They look as though they're dancing atop my palm. It's almost frightening how much innocence rests within those hands. As if they've been completely cut off from the world's filth. My hands, however, are soaked in blood. I fear that bringing her into my world may taint her. Am I capable of protecting this woman's purity? And yet, as I watched her so joyously playing, I felt as though I had gotten close to her. I was the one being a child that day. Jacopo, it's me, Maria. Is it alright if I come in? Maria. It's fine, come in. Alrighty. Oop. Boop, boop, boo. And we have the jazzy music back. Do 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 do. Color me surprised. I didn't think you'd let me in. Have I ever denied you access to my room? Nope, but you've been looking pretty glum lately. I've never exactly been a cheery man. True enough. I know you told me not to talk about your wife, but I'm going to stick my nose where it doesn't belong today. There's been a lot of chatter among the maids lately about you getting rough with her. I mean, you've got the poor thing locked up in a shed outside. You're not leaving the best impression on anyone. You here to box my ears off? I don't know, 50-50? The other half is, I'm concerned about you. I know you're not the kind of man to threaten someone with a good reason. Without a good reason, you're not. I thought you were friends with her. I am. And it hurt seeing her in so much pain. Then why has that not changed the way you act around me? Sorry, I'm gonna take a sip of water. Okay. I think you'd be scorning me with the rest of the maids. Oh, I see how it is. You don't trust me. And we've known each other for so long. This isn't a question of whose side I'm on. You're in pain too, I can see that. You've always bottled things up, kept them hidden. You're too proud to rely on others. But you should probably vent to someone before it reaches the point where you no longer can. Say, Jacopo, do you remember the promise we made a while back? How far back? Back when you were still shorter than me. You were 14 and I was 12. I had to leave town, and you came to see me off. Quite frankly, I didn't think you'd come. I'm surprised, even if I didn't show it. Jacopo? Where's your dad? Or are you here alone? He didn't even tell me. There's no reason you have to leave town. My old man said the Campanellas have more power. I should be the one leaving. Grown-ups, it's not that simple. Grown-ups have a lot to consider. So don't give me that look, Jacopo. We were kids. But we both kind of started to catch on. The situation with our families, the bonds to that land held on to us. Although we didn't know any of the details at the time. My grandpa owned the land the city was built on, but he was a very conservative man. He didn't try to spread his influence, instead opting to fortify what he already had. I don't know exactly when it first started, but the organizations were used to administrate cities. And when we were kids, my dad was the capo familia, and my grandpa, oh my god, I can't read, was his consigliere. Consigliere? I don't know. Just because he was an advisor didn't mean he was powerless. While my dad made the decisions, my grandpa was the only one allowed to fight him on them. Your father was a capodecina that served under my dad. He wasn't especially happy about that. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second, guys. I'm muted now. Oh my god. Why is today so scuffed? Sorry about that. As I was saying, it was very loud in my ears, so I had to adjust it. I apologize. Okay. Off the island and to the north were some more prosperous areas. He thought that by sending us there, we could live our lives clean, regardless of where we came from. There was no changing what's in your blood, though. You could have told me to. Or were you planning on leaving without saying anything? No, it was just all decided so quickly. Why do you sound so accepting? Adults have a lot to consider. You bet they do. They could at least you could at least let them know when you're opposed to it, Maria. But no, your tail went straight between your legs as soon as you were told. You just gave up and accepted it right away. I thought you were better than that. You think I don't know that? But I'll just be in my dad's way if I stay. Ooh. I'm a kid, a girl. I wouldn't be of any help if something happened. Sorry, I'm adjusting volumes. That should be better. And I don't need someone to protect me. I've never once thought of you as a girl. Hey, now that's mean. Oh, geez. Thanks, Jacopo. Now you're getting me all mushy, too. If anyone should be sad here, it's me. I'm not sad. Oh, really? Are you sure you're not actually torn that I won't be around anymore? You're a huge crybaby after all, Jacopino. Hey, when have I ever cried? And don't call me that. I made you mad. Short fused as ever, I see. You've got a lot of learning. You gotta learn to keep your head. You're a man and the heir to the Berzati family. Don't lecture me. So pig-headed. You could at least listen to me this once, before I'm gone. Hey, Maria. Got a little time to spare? Huh? Yeah, sure, but not much. The carriage is gonna be here soon. Do you have enough for a trip to the hill and back? Yeah, I should have time for that. Because of our families, we weren't really able to get along with the other kids in the city. So we played a lot on the top of that hill. And it became kind of like our secret little lair. There was an abandoned house up there. I guess an old farmhouse or something? And kids loved that sort of thing, you know? We called it Casa Nostra, our home. And we pretended it was actually ours. They drew circles on the wall in chalk, and we used it for target practice. I don't know who's explaining who. I don't know if this is Maria explaining, or if this is Jacopo explaining. I think it's Jacopo explaining, but I don't actually know. They both know about this, is the thing. Yeah, that's true. It's just for us, I assume. They brought up a bale of straw and used it to make some makeshift beds. When either of us got into a fight with our parents, we'd stay the night here instead of home. In retrospect, I'm sure they knew where we were going and just let us do our thing. Oh yeah, there was this one time we were playing and a huge storm rolled in, trapping us there. The wind wasn't just howling, it was screaming bloody murder. And was blowing so hard, I thought the house might fly away. As I recall, you were crying that night. Hey, Neuro! Come to see me off too? Ah, there you go, wagging your tail with that dumb look on your face. You have no idea what's going on, do you? It wasn't just the two of us that made Casa Nostra our home base, though. There was one more. A stray black dog. I'm pretty sure it didn't have actual black fur, though, and it was just really, really dirty. Of course he doesn't. He's a stupid animal. Oh, don't talk about him like that. He's one of us. What were you planning to do about Neuro? Just leave him behind? Nothing else I can do. Can't bring a dog inside the carriage. Besides, you're here, so it'll be fine. You take care of Nero, alright? He doesn't like me. You're the only one who can take care of him. Maybe so, but I'm not coming back. You'll starve to death if you don't figure something out. He's a puny runt. I doubt he could fight when fighting for scraps. Come on, do it for me. You said you won't be coming back. Did you mean that? Are you absolutely never returning to this town? There's no telling what may or may not happen, so it's best not to get your hopes up. Better that than the pain of getting let down. Well, well. I've turned into quite the cynic, huh? Maybe if I'd been born into a more normal family, I'd be in my room with a pile of dolls right now, head in the clouds. I can't imagine you doing that, nor do I think that's normal. Well said. Hey, stop that, Nero. Quit licking me. It tickles, and you reek. Maria. What is it? I'm back. I don't care if you don't know when it'll be. Just don't say you'll never return. No one knows how things are gonna end up. Maybe my old man will gain more power, or maybe yours will. If things continue as they are, it'll be your old man. Then, down the line, I'll work in service to the Campanella family. And that's just fine by me. But even if that's not what the future that lies ahead, I promise I will make a place for you. So Maria... Question. Do you have a crush on me? What? Kidding, I'm kidding. No need for a conniption fit. I was just playing around. Here I am trying to have a conversation, serious conversation, and then you Listen to me. I don't have any of those, you know, those kind of feelings for you. I consider you a lifelong friend. My one and only. That's why I came to see you off. And that's why I'm telling you now. Whether you're a girl or a boy is irrelevant. Friendship lasts much longer than something so fanciful as romance. Am I wrong? Hey, don't laugh, damn it. It's humiliating. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing because I agree entirely. Yeah, we've always been on the same page, Jacopo. Maybe we did fight a lot, but there wasn't one we didn't get through. No one else understood just how lonely it is. Wearing a mask for all the other kids. Hold on one second, guys. It looks like we're gonna have the snowblowers back. Yeah, but if I talk, you're gonna hear it in me, I assume. Nah? Okay. I will try to continue then. Trying to fit into their happy little circle. We couldn't afford to be found out after all. Neither of us had any real allies. Yeah, now you guys can hear it. One second, everybody. It's also just... The hell was that? Yeah, I think so. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna go see what that was. I will be right back, everybody. Hold tight. We love neighbors. I don't know why they're yelling. I apologize. But also the snowblower is now gone. So. Okay. Yeah, because I don't know if you guys can hear the chatter in the back as well. Because I can hear them chatting. No? Okay. So it's just the yell. It was just the yell. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Sounded like someone yelled down a hallway. Hi, Amaya. I hope you're doing well. It was going okay. We had a little bit of a noise interruption, but we are now back. We are now back. Oh, that music got really loud again. Yay, yay. Okay, let's see if we can finish door 3. Neither of us had any real allies. Except for each other, of course. Nope. I'm glad I got a chance to play with you. If you hadn't been there, I probably wouldn't have bothered caring for Nero either. It was too funny watching him chase you around. You're a sick girl, Maria. Hey, so, Jacopo, this place will still be Casa Nostra even after I leave, right? You won't do anything with it, will you? Of course not. This is our home. That was always the plan. Right. Thanks. So you know, you being all nice is kinda creepy, Jacopo. It's not gonna start snowing, is it? How rude. Well, if you're gonna be like that, I'm not sure I want to give it to you. Huh? Give me what? A present? You should have said so earlier. Give me. Gimme. You don't have a shred of tact, do you? What's it matter? Come on, what'd you bring? Let me have at it, soldier. Come on, Maria. Consider this a temporary parting gift. What? Is everything okay? We lost Kane again. Fair enough. All good. You've been wanting one of these for a while. Is that a cartridge? From Occult Navy? No way! Did you swipe it? I'll probably catch hell for it too. Wow! This is amazing! I've always wanted to get my hands on the real thing. This is from the one hanging up in your house, isn't it? The one your dad was bragging about? They just started selling them this year, and it's ridiculously hard to get your hands on one. Or so I've heard. Man, guns from the New World are something else, all right. Just imagine the moment the hammer comes crashing down on the back just sends chills down my spine. Are you sure you're a girl going crazy over a bullet cartridge? What's the big deal? I like what I like. You'll get in trouble too if you don't put it back, though, won't you? Don't worry, I'll return it when you return. But I won't tell anyone I gave it to you. Okay. Well, I guess I'll take you up on that then. Thanks, Jacopo. It'll be my treasure. This goes without saying, but don't you lose it. I'm giving it to you as a symbol of our friendship. No matter how far apart we may be, or how much time may pass, or how things may play out with our families, we'll always be friends. That cartridge symbolizes that promise. It's a promise, Jacopo. Our families may outwardly hate each other, but I'll always be your friend. Always be on your side. And don't you ever go back on those words. I swear upon this glorious cartridge, this historic land, and the names of my ancestors, I shall not make myself a liar. I trust you, Maria. We'll meet again. It may be many years from now, but that won't change a thing. Our friendship will never fade. Do 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 do. God, you were adorable back then. And short to boot. But now you've hardened so much. I was flabbergasted when I next saw you. Dressed all fancy from head to toe. You'd become quite the smug little bastard, I thought. You sure weren't that little kid anymore. You have quite the memory. Well, yeah. I don't forget my promises. Honestly, I don't know. So this will happen on occasion. I don't know if any of you are PC people and you know the intricacies of PCs. I assume it might be some cable stuff. Maybe, but I'm not touching my mic. I'm not touching the cord. I'm not touching anything. So unless it's a faulty cord, but it wouldn't change me hearing the static in my headset from my mic. I wouldn't think. No, on occasion, sometimes my computer will just like it's hard to explain. It just like glitch freezes. And just turn your mic into a microwave. I mean, it can. It did. It has. Sensitivity, I mean? To what? It can do it randomly. No, it happens whenever. It might be like there's maybe a cable somewhere on the motherboard loose, but I have no idea. Maybe I'll ask someone. I don't know. I'm not gonna try and troubleshoot it right now while we're streaming, so. So, I don't know. Just let me know if it happens again, and then we'll just, yeah. I clean my PC really regularly. Whatever. It's fine. The question is, do you remember? I did. I remembered every word you said that day. And, as I said, I left Casa Nostra as it was. Thank you for the head pats. Though it's quite some distance away now. I imagine if we went back and did a little work on it, we could have it looking just like old times. And Yarrow? About a year and a half after you left, he suddenly disappeared. And just for the record, I did take care of him, just as you told me to. I'm guessing he got in a fight with another stray or something. I searched, but I couldn't find him. Oh, well. It has been more than a decade. Not everything's gonna be exactly the same. You, however, have not changed a bit from the girl you were all those years ago. Neither have you. Sure, you seem different on the outside, but at your core, I believe you haven't changed at all. Still the same old Jacopino. Do you not call me that? I have changed quite a bit, unlike you, and I'm well aware of it. Say, Jacopo, do you consider me supportive? Of everything you could have said. Of course you are. You're constantly supporting me, past and present. You are proof of the existence of a kind of friendship that can transcend gender, blood, and any other distinctions. You know, it's honestly kind of bizarre seeing you without a stick up your ass. Wow, harsh words. Come on now, hear me out. You almost had me blushing there. Anyway, before you put that stick back up there, tell me something. Am I still your only ally? You are. Of everyone in this mansion, I'm the only one? Yes. She would at least have a little more. The madam? I didn't actually intend to treat her like that. Believe me, Jacopo, I know. I mean, from a girl's perspective, what you did was pretty awful. But hey, I'm not a girl, according to you anyway. I'll always be on your side, no matter what. God, I feel as though I'm being consoled. Is that what I was going for? Oh, sorry. That's what I was going for. I should have never opened up to you. Hey, now is probably not the best time to bring this up, but I have a letter. A letter? Written by the madam. Here. A letter from my wife. Let me see it. What do you think was in the letter? What the hell am I reading? I was considering keeping it a secret, but having seen it, I thought hiding it from you would only hurt you more, so I decided it was best to show you. Who is this? Who's this letter for? It's as if that can't. I love you? Who's she writing to? I don't know this man. Take a deep breath, Jacopo, and listen to me. Oh. The madam is having an affair. think it's meant to go out. I think it was meant to cut off. I haven't changed a bit. You seriously believe that? I've got news for you, pal. Anyone who acts exactly the same as they did in the past is doing just that. Acting. Much like I do around you. Ah, Maria. Our friendship will never change. What a fucking joke. I'm gonna turn that down just a little bit for you guys. Yeah, what a soundtrack. Welcome in, Sylvie. You picked the wrong girl to put your trust in. Good morning. And they call you astute. What a taste. Can you taste the fucking irony? Well, that just makes things easier for me. But my god, it's suffocating playing the good girl. That stupidly cheerful little sunshine, ray of sunshine, Maria. Sickening. On the other hand, the payoff is fantastic. I can't stop. God, watching him lose his cool was incredible. My sides hurt just thinking about it. You're saying, you're telling me she wrote this. Who else would have written it? It's in her handwriting. Why? Why? Why must she continue to betray me? Has she not taken enough already? What else could she possibly want from me? I told her to stay away from my gatherings. I had the rose garden torn down. And yet still, she finds other men? I warned her. I told her it would never happen again. That if she betrayed me one more time, I'd kill her. Jacopo. Out of my way, Maria. I have to talk to her. Ask her what this letter's about. Who this man is. And depending on how she answers... Hold it, Jacopo. Calm down. Silence. How am I supposed to stay calm right now? Listen to me. Relax. You try to talk to her right now, and you're not gonna get anywhere. You're aware of just how frenzied you are, aren't you? Besides, you think she's gonna tell you the truth even if you do manage to ask? Of course not. She may look all prim and proper, but that's not the real her. I don't think she's a bad person, but not a bad person. The woman who wrote this letter to another man, she crossed the line, you hear me? I agree with you there. She's gone too far with the letter. But remember, She's your wife and the daughter of a noble. You know exactly what will happen if you lose control of yourself and do something to her. It's not going to look good for you. She may be nobility, but I have a Koska. We have our own way of taking care of these problems. Still, it's plain as day it'll only make a bigger mess. No one else knows about this yet. Are you telling me to act like nothing's happening when she so blatantly disrespects me? Jacopo, could you let me take care of it? I'm friends with Madam. You know that. She'll listen to me. So I'll make sure it gets through to her. Just how much you care about her. I couldn't ask you. It'd be disgraceful. There's nothing to be ashamed of. What did I tell you? I'm on your side and you're on mine. We're in this together. You can ask me things you couldn't ask others to do. I have tight lips. Anything you ask, I'll keep absolutely everything under wraps. Damn it. You're right. Yes, you're right. I'm well aware that I always lose myself in her presence. If I try talking to her now, I probably will do something rash. Yes. I'll make sure everything works out. Got it? And you and the madam can go back to the way things used to be, so you don't have to suffer anymore. I'll take care of it. I'm the only one who understands your pain. And I'm the only one who can help you out of it. Maria. Oh, don't make that face, Jacopino. Thank you, Maria. Please, let her know that even if she is seeing other men, and even if she does silently mock me for not being of noble blood, that I still love her. I don't want to raise my hand against her. You love her? That's a riot. You're too busy chasing your stacks of paper. You don't know what it takes to truly love a woman. I will say, though, I'm surprised you lost your head that badly. Quite the little crush you've got on her. You could just sit down and talk to her like a rational human being, and presto, all your problems would be solved. But you can't even manage that, which is why you're in this predicament. Once you're convinced of something, Jacopo, you never let it go. And she's too stiff. And she's too timid to speak up for herself. Sorry, madam. I got nothing against you. I just didn't expect things to go quite this well. There's no stopping now. Not when I've got this much momentum. also watching a pretty girl like you break down gives me goosebumps. You're still convinced I'm the only one you can trust. How did he react to the letter? Well, yeah, about that. Would he not take it? Oh no, he took it. Just, don't feel too bad about this, madam. He said he's too busy with work and tossed the letter aside. I told him to make sure he writes you a reply, but he hasn't gotten around to it at all. I see. That's a shame. It kills me to see you like this, madam. I don't get why he has to be so heartless. Not even taking a little time out of his day to read the letter you poured your soul into writing? It's unacceptable. I'm sure he really is busy. He didn't throw it away though, did he? I imagine he means to read it when he has more time. Madam, after everything he's done to you, you still think he means well? I have faith. My timing was poor, after all. I believe in him. I believe that one day will come when he gives me his attention again, as he did before. Madam. So, can I ask you to believe in me, Maria? To have faith that one day, or to have faith he'll once more show me his love. And that mine will reach him. Something tells me that it'll all work out. You pray for it. Yeah, okay. If you're fine with me praying, I'll pray. I'll get down on my knees for you, madam. I'll have faith. Thank you. I'd like to write another letter. When it is complete, can I ask you to deliver it to him? I'll give him as many as you want. As many as it takes for you to get through to him. You really ought to learn not to be so trusting, madam. Take a real close look, and you'll see exactly who it is that grounds your happy little life into dust. Thank you, Maria. I'm the reincarnation of the Mother of God. Oh God, I can't hold back the laughter. This is a stage of my own creation. I didn't have enough actors, so the playwright had to take on a role herself. But that only adds to the excitement. Yes, this is all my masterpiece. You're just ignorant puppets, dancing to my tune. From the first shot to the last, blind to whose fingers who's sitting on the trigger. Listen to me, Jacopo. and try to keep your head. I saw the madam meeting with another man behind your back. You know, the arch in the rose garden. The far sides out of sight from the mansion, making it a perfect place to hide. I saw her back there. From the looks of it, Madam is having her meetings with one of the men who comes to your business gatherings. And they don't act like they're just friends. But just to be clear, I don't have any solid proof. So it'd be best if you didn't mention this to her yet. You wouldn't want to start throwing around accusations, only to find out too late it was all a big misunderstanding. I'll get to the bottom of this, so you... I think the madam has her eyes on several men. Being a woman, you know, I can tell these things. She's giving these suggestive looks. But to whom, I can't exactly pinpoint. A lot of people come in and out of this house after all. What, you want me to keep her from leaving her room? That might be for the best. With so much going so well, I think it makes me think even God's on my side. They could just talk it over with one another, but they won't, and they're in deeper and deeper shit for it. You're the only one I can trust, Maria. And the timing that night? My God, it was perfect. Fair auto mod. It could just be misreading her. Something seems off about the madam. Like she's been on edge or something. I've tried to egg her on into revealing what's going on, and she let it slip that she might be going out somewhere tonight. She's not going with you, is she? You're going out to survey a construction site today, right? Then I'd suggest you get that taken care of quickly. A dance? At this time of night? Yep. And since it's so late, no loud music. All you get is a little whistling courtesy of me. But this room is too small for... Well, we'll use the Great Hall. Wouldn't that put us in everyone else's way? You would probably complain about the noise, too. No need to worry. Jacopo's out inspecting some factory or something today. After all, he's got a meeting. After that, he's got a meeting, so he'll be staying the night elsewhere. I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow. And how would you know that? No, forget that. Does my staying somewhere else have any effect on you? You were just waiting for this opportunity, weren't you? No. What would I possibly want you out of the house for? I'm sure you know better than anyone. What? What is that smell? Perfume? When did you get perfume? And I have to say, you seem to be having quite the time. Look at you. You're out of breath. Red as a beet. I made the right decision coming back. Where the hell were you going? I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Hmm? I shouldn't have asked you to dance. And me bringing perfume only made things worse. No. You need not feel bad about anything, Maria. Everything you did was with my best interests at heart. She doesn't even suspect me in the slightest. Ah. And I was able to put that perfume to great use. That money-sucking leech Tommaso showed up at the perfect time, too. I'm pretty sure that's when Jacopo started getting actively violent. A jealous man is a wonderful thing. Always imagining the worst and making matters worse for it. Wow, is that you, Tommaso? It's been so long. What brings you here? Oh, looky who it is. Little Miss Campanella. That's a surprise. Didn't expect you to see you on this old side of the Great Blue. Oh, you know, I've been giving Jacopo a hand. Huh. Well, color me impressed. After what happened, I wouldn't have thought you'd want nothing to do with them. That was between our parents. Jacopo didn't have anything to do with it. Well, it would sure be nice if all you younger generation got to go through life without nothing to spark that kind of powder keg. Now that it's my place to speak. No need to worry yourself about that. So, what brings you here, Tommaso? I'm a little... You know how it is. Having a bit of trouble staying afloat. Ah, I see. So you're here to beg for offerings. Pretty shameless, Tommaso. No point in having shame if it ain't making money. Toss that out with the chamber pot. Hell, might make things easier if I just quit being human altogether. Are you that hard for cash? Unfortunately. Numbers were supposed to go up, but for some reason, they keep going down instead. Might be best if you kicked the gambling habit. Now. That's like telling me to go off myself. I bet. So, say, Tommaso. Good morning, Umgak. Chad is cute. Maybe I could pitch in a bit too? Oh, you mean it? That'd be a huge help. There's seriously not a scrap of shame in you. However, in exchange, I'd like you to do something for me. Someone whose face needs a visit from my fists? Depending on the number, I could possibly cut them into chunks and toss them in the ocean. Ooh. Whoa, keep it clean. I'm not asking you to do anything like that. What is it then? Something a lowlife like me can do? It'll be easy. And it's not bad either. You're gonna go talk to Jacopo, aren't you? Well, there's something I'd like to give you to... Something I'd like you to tell him while you're at it. You know he's married, right? Yes, the birds are in the channel points. Birds. Need a quick exit. Yep. You just say birds and then you're out. You know he's married, right? He can get pretty nasty with his wife, though. That's so. Sounds like she got it rough. She does. And she's religiously devoted to him, too. I've been trying to nudge things in the right direction to get her back on his good terms with him, but haven't had much luck. Ain't that something the two of them should work on, though? Normally, yes, but it's reached the point where I can't just sit back and watch anymore. I don't like seeing the two of them in pain. I want to do something for them. How noble. You're pretty devout yourself, little lady. I'm not important right now. Just doing the right thing. Thing is, Jacopo won't hear a word of it. I figured maybe you, being a man, might be able to get through to him a little bit better than me. Doubt he'll listen to me either, to be honest. Come on, you used to be really close, though. And I doubt he hates you. I wouldn't be sure about that. Anywho. Talking's something anyone can do. What do you want me to tell him? I need you to give him a bit of a scolding. Tell him the madam came to you asking for advice, and that she accidentally let slip the way he treats her day to day causes her grief. I've never met this wife of his before, you know? It works even better that way. She's so downtrodden she can't talk to anyone about it. And she thought that maybe you, being family, might be able to help. She's never met you, but she still latched onto that ray of hope. And I'm sure when Jacopo hears she brought it up with family, he'll know he can't keep mistreating her. Things like this, they hit home harder when they come from someone on the outside. You make a decent point. Just remember, little lady, all I can do is bring it up with him. Can't guarantee it'll change nothing. That's all I need you to do. Thanks a bunch, Tommaso. Oh, right, one more thing. This is some perfume that's gotten quite popular recently. Ask him to give it to the madam as a gift. If he won't take it, you can keep it. Give it to another woman. Sell it whatever you want. Perfume, eh? Very thoughtful of you. Women do like getting gifts like this. Yes, we do. If big bad Jacopo gives her some of that, they'll be lovebirds again right before you know it. I'm sure of it. Never thought the day'd come where I'd get to play Cupid. Now I'm starting to get kind of excited about this. Stay focused, Tommaso, and thanks. Also, you didn't hear any of this from me. I'm fine with just pulling the strings from the shadows. Yes, you are, Maria. Yes, you are. Their relationship's in complete shambles. And Yakupo still insists he fucking loves her. And the madam still believes in him. Seriously, how stupid can you be? Poor Jacopo. Poor madam. Now then, let's see where this boulder rolls next. And how far it keeps rolling. Naturally, I'll be nudging it along its way. Because after all, a play lives and dies by the director's hands. Master? Master? Are you shocked? Or do you instead lament this development? I was deeply sorrowful. Though to a lesser degree about Maria's true intention, and more my shameful inability to recognize her machinations. At the time, I too believed that Maria was the white-haired girl's one and only ally. It was not until everything had drawn to a close that I discovered the truth. Then, I now know how the tale ends, you say? Yes, that is correct. Well aware that is not the case. I told you the story in a way that suggested she was on the white-haired girl's side. Oh my. I wonder if that constitutes lying to you, Master. I merely wanted to present the events to you in order, starting from the beginning, when Maria's ill intentions were still veiled in shadows. I wanted you to know the same feeling of concert. Or I wanted you to know the same feeling of consternation I had experienced. The white-haired girl continued to write letter after letter. They were all addressed to her dear husband, detailing her ever persistent love for him and her desire for the relationship to return to what it had once been. My beloved. I am sure your hands are quite full right now. But that is fine. It does not change my love for you. Do you remember the day we went out together? That was, perhaps, the most wonderful day of my life. I had an truly incredible time. I still treasure the gift you gave me. For it is the one and only gift I have received from you. That reminds me. Maria tried to teach me how to dance. I doubt I will ever progress beyond being laughably bad, though. Huh? Wait. No, don't say huh. What's wrong? Okay. Okay. I was like, no, what's wrong? Okay. Yeah, there was scuff earlier, Sylvie. Thank you for the head pats. Everything is good? Okay. You can't just say ha in the chat, please. Not after scuff. Not after scuff. I get paranoid. I get panicked. Okay. If you respond to someone with, like, if you actually tag them as huh, then fine. But not just huh in the chat. You know? Please. At least just not after scuff. So I think it's my mic again. It would be nice if someday you and I could dance together. Perhaps when you have a little respite from work, we can go out again. Maybe take a carriage somewhere a little further away. And we could dine at a restaurant more to your liking. Although I think the cuisine at the other restaurant was exquisite personally. Do I perhaps have an unrefined palate? Maria altered the letters before delivering them, however. She changed the addressee from Jacopo to another man. She would cut away the top of the page with Jacopo's name on it, and in the space below would write a different name. She could have not mimicked the white-haired girl's writing for the full length of the letter, but Maria could make a single name look adequately similar. Sorry, I heard the buzzing again, so I'm checking. We all good? And it would, after all, be quite difficult to notice minor discrepancies in such a small quantity of text. Perfect. Again? Another letter? Why does she keep writing these? To Jacopo's eyes, the modified letters look like professions of love for another man. The more she inscribed of her feelings for Jacopo, the greater the turmoil grew within his heart. Even though her love was directed toward him. I can't believe what I'm reading. A restaurant more to your liking? I knew it. You have been going out with other men, all the while pretending to be chaste in my presence. Chaste. I still treasure the gift you gave me. God's sake. Chaste. Okay, thank you. You have to be fucking kidding me. But I've ensured she can't leave that room. She'll never see this man again. in time, she'll let go. And so will he. Listening to me, resigning myself to the hope that everything will fix itself. How did I end up like this? Such a pitiful man I've become. On the surface, Maria acted quite heartbroken at the sight of their suffering. But when she returned to her room, the walls echoed with her cackles. She derived a great deal of entertainment from their squirming. The more they writhed in anguish, the deeper her satisfaction grew. And both the white-haired girl and Jacopo continued to place their confidence in Maria, the one responsible for everything. The white-haired girl had never possessed a sense of distrust, and so she took everything Maria said as truth, continuing it in her agony to write Jacopo letters. Letter after letter after letter. My beloved, are you still tied up with your work? It has been some time since we last saw one another, so I don't know what you've been doing as of late. I only hope you remain in good health. I would, if possible, prefer to tell you everything in person. I don't have the courage, so these letters are my only option. Am I adequately expressing my feelings? My love for you? If you have the time, I would appreciate a response. You're never gonna get a response, though. Not as long as I'm intercepting them. There's no way I'm allowing these, or your love, to get to him. I could just stop reading them. It would certainly make things easier. But if I don't, my imagination will run wild. Fantasizing about her writings to another man, and what she might be putting in her correspondence. I'd be better off knowing the truth than torturing myself with fantasy. It's a better option. Jacopo accepted every letter Maria delivered without fail. He would merely nod as he accepted them, his face contorted in discomfort, and then pore over the text when he was alone. I assumed he didn't want her to see his heart sinking into darkness. Had he put his trust in his wife rather than Maria, he would almost certainly have realized that the letters were directed at him, despite the altered recipient name. Everything she wrote about concerned him, after all. How could someone who lived such an isolated life as her have so many identical experiences with two distinct men? Why could he not find it in himself to trust her? Perhaps doubting her was simply easier? If you were in his position, would you trust her? Would you maintain faith in her? The woman who had waited so long. Would you believe in the feelings she professed, for you were genuine? She continued writing letters, day after day, week after week, without hiatus. She had, by and large, ran out of things to say, But that did not put an end to her letter writing. She simply repeated what she had written before. Nevertheless, they did not see one another in person. The white-haired girl, forbidden from leaving her shed, could only wait for her husband to pay her a visit. My beloved, there is a little bit of fog out today. Weather like this reminds me of my home country. I was born on an island perpetually covered in thick fog. I'm not saying I would like to return, but thinking about it made me feel rather homesick. Does that happen to you? That reminds me. Aside from that one time, you have not told me much of your homeland. It would be nice if we could pay a visit to it together sometime. Speaking of which, before I left, an exhibition of some sort was held there. I was unable to attend, but perhaps you had the chance when it was near you? I imagine you would have, with your interest in new technology. Next time you have the chance, I would love hearing what they had on display. An exhibition? Ah, that's right. There was one. It was a year ago. Got quite a bit of attention, since it was supposed to have been held in Paris. I was busy preparing for our wedding. I had no time to attend the exhibition. While I was doing that, giving you, a woman I had never met before, my full attention, you were giving yours to a different man? Has this been going on for that long? Had he simply stepped up and taken action, he would have put an end to this stream of letters, each of which gave rise to further misunderstanding. He needed merely ask the white-haired girl in person to whom the letters were addressed, whether what they described were true, and the twisted threads of his confusion would have unraveled. But he made no such effort, relying instead on Maria to serve as his intermediary. I feel as though I have now, at long last, come to understand what kind of man Jacopo it was. While he had a great deal of pride in his capabilities, he had far less confidence in himself as a person. If he had had faith in himself, perhaps he could have put faith in his wife as well. Had not his pride been so twisted, perhaps he would not have been so afraid of being hurt. Indeed, he was afraid. Afraid of being rejected by her. Afraid to face a reality where his beloved partner scorned him. Where the woman he had loved laughed at him disdainfully. Where she and countless others had mocked him. The thought of it paralyzed him. The environment in which he had been raised played a significant part in his state of mind, I expect. Occasionally, the name on the letter would change. Maria was making the white-haired girl out to be having affairs with multiple other men. She could have never done such a thing, of course. But Jacopo, thinking Maria to be his only ally, believed everything she had said. If I could figure out who this man is and where he resides, I could make him tell me every last detail about his relations with my wife. But what if that information went public as a result? The news of her infidelity spread. And when it reaches the Casca, the fate of the Berzatis are in your hands, son. There's a limit to what we can accomplish on this tiny island. If we don't turn our attention outward, we'll wither away and die. That's not just this family. This whole land will find itself famished and emaciated, defenseless against invasion as we waste away. I won't stand by and watch my homeland crumble. Sure, our methods may be crude, but not always worthy of praise. But they produce undeniable results. The unfortunate thing is, previous Capo Familiar was an incredibly innocent man. Took all that he had to merely preserve his small chunk of the world. But I'm not like that, and neither are you. The most I can do is lay the foundation, make it easier for you to work, which means everything rests on your shoulders. Both the future of the Berzati family and the future of this country. It all falls on you. The marriage is happening too quickly. It would be madness not to hurry, given the circumstances. You should be well aware of that. We need the Berzati name to climbing the social ranks in short order, or we're gonna have everything ripped out from under us. If the woman isn't to your liking, you can find another one that is. She's only going to be your wife in name. But listen to me, son. You must not allow her to fool around. What are the most vital things we have in our society? Money? Power? Yes, those are important. But what matters most is respect. No one is going to follow a capofamilia they can't respect. They'll try to undermine your authority. Once someone deems you as weaker than them, courtesy goes out the window, and that's a judgment that's near impossible to overturn. Betrayal spreads like fire through a forest. And once the flame is lit, the both of us come crashing down. You must not let anyone look down on you. You must not let anyone think you're the kind of man a woman can walk all over. If, by any chance, your fiancée is ever unfaithful to you, kill her before anyone finds out. Your place is above others. Climb to the top. Never be content with someone above you. And never forget the weight you carry on your shoulders. This is your responsibility. The fate of the Berzatis is in your hand. Kill anyone who stands in your way. Poverty, respect. I can't even read them all because they're going too fast. I must keep intercepting her letters. I must keep her locked up. I still have work to do. I cannot allow anyone to learn how she's disgraced me. Kill her. That's how my old man says to handle it. That's the last resort. It's not yet. God damn it. It's downright wrong. Me to even be having these feelings for someone. Fuck. Master, your carriage is waiting outside. Are you coming along? Coming along? Oh, that's right. I had inspection scheduled today. I'll be right out. Have him wait. Is something the matter, Master? You look a little hazy. I'm fine. If you're not feeling well, you should stay. I said I'm fine. It's not your job to try and infer my condition. Yes, sir. Damn it. Keep it under wraps. Act like normal. And at least do that much. Damn you. Take care on your trip, Master. Yeah. It's not the usual coachman. I also feel like I've seen him somewhere. Your fault. What? That we. Hey, speak up. Die, Jacopo Berzati. Master. There's a knife in your stomach. Oh God, someone, anyone. Silence. Don't make a scene. Call a doctor. Yes, sir. Now I remember where I've seen him before. That's right. I put his factory out of business. I needed it out of the picture to expand my own business. I guess he held a grudge about that. I should have been more careful. Blood flows with surprising abundance from a stab wound. It's not stopping either. Son of a bitch. The world is going white. Come on now. You have to be kidding. I know very well what kind of man you are. You wouldn't hesitate to lead a blind man off a cliff if it furthered your own goals. You make money off of their lives. You stand upon a mountain of corpses, cackling at everyone below you. For a man like you, love comes as naturally as flying. Guess what? You don't have any emotions. And you never have. You've always been like this. my childhood was day after day of mockery. You're just a bunch of nobodies pretending your name means anything, they would say, sneering and glaring. Maria treated me as an equal, but she was the only one. I wanted to show them up. And to do that, I had to rise to the top. Or at least high enough that I could laugh at them. My old man wasn't the only one who wanted that. I did too. I had to make them acknowledge that I had value as a man. Who actually wants to go through life being laughed at? I had to make them recognize that what I did had value. And I needed neither love nor compassion to do it. Or that's what I thought. In the beginning, I only ever intended to use that woman. Simply needed to build a name for myself. When she served her purpose, I would simply cast her aside. That's what I thought. Or rather, that's what I endeavored to make myself think. But deep down, I felt bad for her. I pitied this woman, who was made to marry a man she'd never met before. I'm sure what she really wanted was to have a regular marriage to someone she loved. But because her family wanted to cling to their name, she wasn't afforded that opportunity. I wanted to do something for her. It didn't have to be anything grand. I genuinely wanted that. The day of our wedding was when I first saw her. Her face, partially obscured behind a veil, was gorgeous. And crucially, she was smiling at me. I had expected to find only gloom and despondency in her eyes, but instead, she smiled. The moment I saw that smile, I wanted it to be a permanent part of my life. I truly did want to ensure she always had a smile on her face. Is this my room? I'm alive? Damn it. I feel nauseous. What time is it? The world's a blur. So hot. You mustn't get up. The doctor said bacteria entered your body through the wound. Because of that, you have a very high fever. What are you doing here? I was told you had been very badly wounded, but thankfully it was not fatal. How did you make it out of... Pardon? Oh, I see. Maria opened it. Would you like some medicine to reduce the fever? It should help you feel better. Yes. No. Stay by my side for a little longer. Is there anything I can do for you? You can ask me anything. My hand. Your hand? Could you hold my hand? If you don't want to, that's fine. Like this? Your hand is quite cold. It probably feels that way because of your fever. So, yes? I've done some regrettable things to you. Please forgive me. To tell you the truth, from the moment I first saw you, I felt like you're what I had been searching for my whole life. Laugh if you'd like. I felt like I had finally found you. But I couldn't act around you the way I honestly felt. You should get some sleep. You keep holding my hand until I fall asleep. If you don't want to, that's fine. My hand is in yours. Thank you. You appear to be quite delirious, Master. Those are things you should be telling your wife, not me. It was all a dream? Of course it was. It wouldn't be that easy. She would never come to my room. She's involved with other men. Jacopo, may I come in? I have another letter. The white-haired girl's persistent letters didn't improve anything. It simply stoked the flames of misunderstanding. This continued for several months. Though outside, the sun shone with the gentle warmth of spring. The cold, bitter winds of winter still relentlessly blew between Jacopo and his wife. Not allowed to leave her shed, and never receiving a reply to her letters, the white-haired girl's only source of information was Maria. Week after week, her circumstances remained the same, but something else was beginning to show signs of change. Her mental state. It's pointless, madam. You're only wasting your time at this point. I saw him throw your letter into the fireplace. He's not going to read anything you write. Now, no matter how much of your soul you pour into it, he cares more about the money and work than love. That's the kind of man he is. Just give up and file for divorce already. No. No. I will get through to him. Everything will go back to normal. I have to have faith. All my letters may go up in flames, but my faith will not be lost with them. As long as I keep writing, eventually I will get through to him. So I cannot stop. Cannot. Do you have any idea what he says about you, madam? Jacopo doesn't trust you in the slightest. He goes around calling you a witch. A man-eating devil woman. It's awful. There's no one as pure and as beautiful as you. He says, I'm a witch. Listen to me, madam. He never for a second actually loved you. He just wanted the influence attached to your name. Wanted to mingle with the upper class. He used you. But last year, when we went out together, he gave me the wheel at the photography shop. He had the owner make it especially for me. He was just trying to win your favor. He really cared for you. He would have gotten you a paper toy. He would have got you something like a ring or a necklace or some perfume or a nice dress. Something women really like. Has he ever gotten you anything like that? He doesn't have any feelings for me? I'm sorry. I just couldn't stand to see you go through this. But I don't know when to shut my fat trap. I went too far. The last thing I need to be doing is hurting you worse. You know, for everything I said, your unwavering dedication is really impressive, madam. I know I've suggested you get a divorce. To be honest, part of me kinda doesn't actually want you to split up. Despite knowing you're staying with him is just causing you pain. You've made it this far. I'd like to see you make it all the way. Maybe he actually will start paying attention. Your sweetness can melt even his heart of steel. Yes. Yes, you're right. I will keep waiting. Keep writing. And I will not divorce him. Yeah, all right. So please, keep delivering my letters to him. You're my only remaining connection to the outside world. Oh, yes, one more thing. If it's not too much trouble, can you tell me how he has been and what he's been doing lately? I don't have much to write about. So if I could at least relieve him of some of his work-related stress. I am his wife after all. I should be able to do that much for him. I am his wife. Her dedication to him was perhaps closer to an obsession. Oh no, not the fingers thing. Oh no. Hold on 1 second. I gotta go blow my nose. Be right back. Sorry about that, guys. Ah. Thank you for the hydrate. Haskaru. Haskaru. Thank you for the welcome backs. Sorry about that. Ugh. I don't know if you can tell I'm a little stuffy, but it's okay. But she didn't seem to be conscientious of the fact that her obsession was killing her. She was visibly losing weight, and her spirit was breaking down. It is said that emotions fade with time. The opposite can be said, also can be said is true. The act of waiting, of fervently believing for so many months, despite the object of one's affection never returning them, can tear apart a person's heart, crush their soul, shatter their spirit. No matter how radiant, how thick-skinned they may be, with enough time, it'll wear anyone down. No one is immune. It's pointless, Jacopo. Wait all you want, you won't get her back. If she's going to be writing letters, she could at least write one for you. She looks so pure, pretty as an angel. But God Almighty, is it only how she looks? You've changed a bit. What? Have I? The old you would have been yelling and screaming, chomping at the bit to go storming in on the madam. Now you just go quiet. I'm just a little tired. You could break it off then. What? You've already made a name for yourself in high society. Nobody's gonna start suddenly ignoring you. You've more than put her family's name to good use. To put it in your own words, it's no longer necessary. This isn't something I really want to say, but the madam has never liked you. She was married off to a total stranger and forced to leave her home. I'm sure she felt very lonely. So she sought the companionship of other men. Anyone who wasn't you probably seemed quite attractive to her. So, without getting violent or threatening to kill her or anything, just end it already, quietly and without a fuss. It'll be easier for you that way. I can't. Because you still love her? That's wonderful, Jacopo. After everything, you still love her? That's just blind, slavish devotion at this point. Perhaps it is a foolish, unhealthy obsession. But I still do not wish to sever ties with her. I cannot get the image of her smile out of my head. The look of utter elation on her face, as though she looked through those captivating eyes beneath the veil at our wedding. I will never, for as long as I live, forget those sights. Color me surprised. You're the sentimental one. Well, I guess you always have been kind of mushy, haven't you? True to your heart, despite how you may look. That's not a bad thing, though, in my book. There's nothing but pain in it for you now. But all you can do is wait until she stops writing. But don't worry. If you need to let off some steam, I'm all ears. I'll be here for you until she breaks it off with the other men. No, that will not be necessary. What? I know very well that things cannot continue as they are forever. I knew it from the beginning, and still couldn't do anything. This time, I'm planning on facing her myself. You serious, Jacopo? Yes. I've relied on you for too long. I was afraid of what I might do to her. I didn't want anyone to find out that my wife was being unfaithful. And I thought the best way to ensure that was by locking her up away from anyone else. But the situation isn't going to improve unless I do something. If I allow things to continue as they are, sooner or later, the word of her infidelity will leak. So, before that happens, I must face her myself. I must do something. It's probably best if you didn't. I'll tell her anything you want. Just make sure things start improving. I appreciate everything you've done. And I apologize for getting you involved in our troubles. But I'm going to end it now. No, I must put an end to it. This is a problem between me and her. might get violent again if you go see her face to face. Yes, I might. I might do something that that would look rather bad for me. Let's reach a point where, until the two of us face up to each other, it's never going to go away. Took me long enough. I've wasted too much time trying to find my resolve. I see. You'll need a way to break the ice then, right? Break the ice. Right. If you got some convenient excuse to talk to her, it'll reduce some of the tension and make it easier to bring up what you need to bring up, right? Here's an idea. That transcontinental railroad you've been funding. That's supposed to be opening pretty soon, isn't it? Yes, it is. There'll be a message by telegraph when it happens, right? You can ask her to be there to hear it. And then you can invite her to ride the first train. You've put your heart and soul into this project, and it's finally being realized. It's going to be an amazing day for you. And a day that's ripe for more good things to happen. It's going to be the accomplishment of a lifetime. Don't look so down in the dumps. You're sending trains across this massive continent, carrying on them the people of this country's dreams. Who says you can't stick a dream of your own on it too? Right. Yes, you have a point. Railroad that spans from coast to coast. She's a sickly girl, making long trips difficult. But this new rail system will make them less straining. It would allow me to show her the world. Yeah, that's perfect. I'm getting excited myself. It'll go great, I'm sure of it. Yeah. Oh my god, my fucking sides. Seriously, they're a goddamn riot. Both of them. They keep on trusting and they keep on getting hurt. They don't have to go through any of this. Oh my god, Maria, you're terrible. And these people call me the Holy Mother. I bet the real Mary's rolling in her fucking grave. Now, I must say, I wasn't expecting you to make a move, Jacopo. A shame that the squirming loser, paralyzed by insecurity, is a better role for you. If they do end up figuring it out, tough shit. Doesn't hurt anything. Just takes away a bit of my fun. I don't understand why he's so infatuated with this railroad. I mean, I do sort of get romanticizing steel, but my kind of steel's a little smaller scale. Anyway, I suppose it's About time to get things moving. No matter how this plays out, you will not have a happy ending, Jacopo. You're gonna get a real taste of just how much I despise you. Maria? Maria! Oh, there you are. What is it? I'm on break right now. You were assigned to clean up the cellar today, weren't you? Well, head maid saying it hasn't been done yet. What? I did. I cleaned it. Just a casual once over, but hey. Well, do it again. And do it right this time. If you don't, it's gonna fall on me. And that's supposed to make me give a damn? I mean it. You take care of it. You get enough special treatment as it is. Yeah, right. Heard you the first time. I'll take care of it. And don't you forget it. Oh, for God's sake, why do I have to be the one to tell her? Is she gone? Ugh, what a pain. Who cares if the damn cellar is clean? Not like anyone's bringing guests down there. Yeesh. I guess I should take care of it. Better that than a tongue lashing by the head maid. God, why do I have to be a maid here anyway? No worries, Amaya. Thank you so much for stopping by. What a dank place. Ugh, it's so dark and humid down here. Makes me feel gross. Thank you for the head pats. Someone there? Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? It came from farther in. Whoa, it's seriously dusty back here. Who was supposed to clean this last week? We'll clean the whole thing next time, god damn it. Just makes my job harder. Disgusting. God damn cobwebs. Oh god, oh dear god. I do not want to clean this. Ow, ow. For God's sake, stack this properly. Now I've got to fix this whole mess. For the love of... What's this? Something's carved into the floor. Never noticed this before. Someone getting bored one day? What do we have here? It's mostly illegible. Let's see. It's not written in English, but in my native language. But it's not modern. It's really archaic. Why on earth would an old form of my country's language be carved into the floor of a mansion built here in the New World? Most of it is illegible, but I can make out one section. Our lives shall be forfeit to the witch's curse. Nevertheless, we must lay bare those with sin upon their souls, for the redemption of those whom are pure. Should ye not to dispel your curse, we implore of you, O witch, to mark with it only their bloodlines. The blood of the sinners flows through those who dwell within this house. But not I. What in the... A witch? That's crazy. That's crazy. But why does the handwriting look like mine? It's just coincidentally similar. No one's handwriting is perfectly unique after all. Why am I so sweaty? It's not that hot down here. Nope. Forget it. Didn't see a thing. Not a chance it's real. Just a tasteless prank. This is silly. There's something in this box. Is that a painting? Has that always been here? Huh. White hair, fair skin. Is that the madam? But then, why was the face all torn up? And her clothes look really old-fashioned. The painting seems worn and faded too. Something feels off about it. I'm not sure how to describe it. It's very creepy, unsettling. Writing on the floor in this painting. What is with this house? It's just a painting. Nothing to get weirded out over. I bet I know what happened. Jacopo probably slashed it out of a fit of jealousy. He is a simple man. Seeing this would probably put him in not the best of moods. What was that? Is someone there? The door is open? Nobody's there. What's this? A painting? Who could have left it here? Is that me? What? But my face. It's been cut. No. Why? Why would someone have this painted? Just to do this? Who would do such a thing? You're like a witch, my dear. Like a demon. Your very presence brings misfortune upon others. You're cursed. No, I'm not. I am not. What? Was it you, Jacopo? Did you have this painted? So you would destroy it? Do you really despise me to that extent? Why? Why do you... What did I ever do to make you hate me so? Why? Why? All I am doing is waiting for you. You worthless tramp. Are those ears only for show? This house has no need of a garden. I always thought you had at least some sense of taste. Silence. It's all your fault. Every last thing. Then say goodbye to your freedom. I'll kill you. Does the mere act of waiting impose upon you? Does my mere presence pervert you? Would it be better if I were gone? Would it be better if I left this mansion? If I left you? There we go again? There we go then? I don't think I can wait much longer. There's no end in sight. I can't take it any. There is no end. No. I will set a deadline. When I give up waiting. What? What happened? Ogie. When the project you pour your heart and soul into is complete, when the railroad opens, I will be finished waiting. And then it's over. Pacific Railroad's last spike ceremony was drawing nearer by the day. That day was, coincidentally, the deadline the two of them had set for themselves. Jacopo to confront his wife, and the white-haired girl to wait for him. And as that day approached, she continued to write letters. She wrote the letters purely out of habit, despite having been visibly worn thin. I expect that she could not stop, that the act of writing was all that kept her from going mad. By focusing her attention on another person through her letters, she was able to maintain a grip on herself. But that day put an end to her suffering and despair. When the railroad was complete, all their misunderstandings would clear up. They would return to the happy, smiling couple they had been when they first married. Harsh winter would finally come to a close, melting away into the past and allowing them to step into the future. With constant prayer in my heart, I impatiently awaited the railroad's opening ceremony. I did not, after all, wish for anyone to fall into any kind of misfortune. And that goes for you as well, Master. Now, Master, the door is soon to be shut upon this era. Are you prepared to see what happens next? I see. Very well. Then allow us to make our way to the final day. See with your own eyes, Master, how this tale concludes. And please, do not let go of my hand. The night before the opening ceremony, the master of the house headed to his wife's shed. There was tension in his face, but surety in his step. He had found his resolve to speak to her. Having locked her away for so long in the shed, like a common prisoner, Jacopo was hardly optimistic about what she might have to say to him. He had undeniably mistreated her, said heartless and cruel things to her, and even gotten physically violent with her. His actions were inexcusable, even if they were in response to her infidelity. Of course, the very infidelity which driven him to such behavior had in fact not taken place. But he was unaware of that. There was a chance that they would never reconcile their misunderstandings, but that this predicament would not have a positive solution, but he clung on to tiny fragments of hope. He wanted to start over with the white-haired girl, to make a new future with her. With that desire burning strong in his heart, he stood before the door to her shed and called out to her. Are you awake? It's me, Jacopo. May I come in? I won't hurt you. I will not raise my hand against you again. I swear to you, I will do no harm. I just wish to speak. I would like to have a calm, rational conversation. And as such, I will not enter your room until you've given me your permission. So, may I please come in? You won't even give me a response? All right. Considering how you must feel about me, I shouldn't be surprised. Fine. Then you don't have to let me in. But please at least hear me out. Do you remember the day shortly after we met? We went on our honeymoon, and you even called the little walk we took honeymoon. I was unable to do anything nice for you even then. I had no experience, had no idea how to interact with an upper class woman like you. I didn't know what I should do for you. Sorry, hydrate. And hydrate. And yes, I know, it makes me sound juvenile. I have a tendency to say things I don't mean the more perturbed I get. I'm sure I said things to hurt you numerous times that day. However, at the photography shop, when you saw the wheel, you smiled for me. I was genuinely pleased in that moment. I felt like I had gotten closer to you. I very much doubt that that was actually an appropriate present for a noble woman like yourself. Jewels or flowers or something like that. Something beautiful would have certainly suited you better. And I knew that but I assumed you would have been given gifts like that countless times in the past. You are, after all, a beautiful woman. Did not want to have to compete on the same field as other men. I wanted to be special. No, I wanted to be unique to you. No one had ever shown you anything like that before, had they? Frankly, I wasn't sure if a woman of your status would take any interest in wheel at all. I imagine you've thrown it out by now, but I choose to believe you sincerely liked it on that day. That, if just for a moment, I caught your eye. Even if you started seeing other men afterwards, that moment was real, wasn't it? Our marriage was, at its core, nothing but an arrangement between our parents. An exchange of money and influence. But that's how it had begun. But that day, I loved you. I yearned to see you smile, as if I had loved you my entire life. The Pacific Railroad has finally been completed. That's the project I've been funding. Everyone thought it was crazy, but a railroad now stretches across the breadth of our country. The joining ceremony will be held today, or tomorrow, sorry. It's going to be a grand event. Locally, they're planning on doing a gun salute. And the sound of the last spike being driven into the ground will be transmitted across the country via telegraph. I have procured a telegraph, so we can listen to it here in the mansion. In your condition, you would probably have trouble handling the crowds at the telegraph station. But here, you could celebrate from the comfort of your own home. I suppose what I'm saying is, I want to celebrate this with you. I've made arrangements to make it possible for you, because I wish to have you there, with me. Would you be willing, tomorrow, to celebrate the completion of the Pacific Railroad with me? Would you be there at my side? Please, say something. I want to start over. I know very well what I've done to you. You may be at fault yourself, but what I did was unacceptable. But what I did was a consequence of my overpowering love for you. I swear it. Why? Why won't you answer me? Say something. Anything. Please. Please. You can hear me in there, can't you? If you don't want to, you can just say no. If you do reject me, I'll set you free. I won't hurt you. I promise. The door is not locked? Who opened it? Hello? A humid spring breeze brushed across against his cheek. The drawn lace curtains appeared to glow in the gentle moonlight. The white-haired girl was not in her room. Where have you gone? Stupefied, he glanced about his wife's chambers. To my eyes, the neatly organized room appeared no different than any other day. But to his eyes, it was pale and hollow. For the one who was supposed to be there, who was supposed to be waiting for him, was not present. You cannot hear her voice from anywhere in the shed. In its place echoed a dry rustling, a sad, pitiful, empty whisper of a noise. It came from the lone object left abandoned up atop her desk. A phanastoscope. It was the one present Jacopo had ever given the white-haired girl, a toy made of paper. When spun and viewed in a mirror, it created an illusion of a man and a woman dancing. You still had this? That's ridiculous. I assumed you'd thrown it out. The white-haired girl had evidently made considerable use of the fuck! I said it once and now I can't say it again. Fuck! Of the wheel. No. The wheel. The paper was visibly worn and tattered, warped in places, and had even begun to yellow. It spun slowly in the wind, rustling and rustling and rustling. Spinning in an endless reminder of the day the year before, though there was no longer anyone around to look through it. Why? But you were with other men. Why would you keep something I gave you? It's so worn. Why? A letter? Beneath the ever-rotating wheel lay a single sheet of paper. As if drawn to it, he scanned the contents of the parchment. It was a letter addressed to Caro mio Jacopo. The salutation, written in his native tongue, translated as follows. My beloved Jacopo, did the fruits of your dream turn out as you had hoped? I am sure it was wonderful and impressively fast. Train that can travel across a continent as large as this is like something out of a story. I wish I could have been there to see it. I'm sure it would have been quite pleasant, like the day You gave me the wheel. Am I being presumptuous? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I would keep waiting for you forever. No matter how much you hated or ignored me. But I made up my mind. So, I'm sorry. I decided I'd wait for you until the railroad was complete. I foolishly thought that you might invite me to the opening ceremony. But it seems I'm not good enough for you. I'm going to take my leave of your house. So you needn't concern yourself with me any longer. However, I do have one request. Please do not forget about the letters I wrote. Think back on them from time to time. Do not burn them all, for they contain my thoughts, my feelings, my words, a record of my love for you. Remember, when you can, that I was always watching you. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble writing. My ears are ringing. There's a voice whispering to me, calling me a witch. Maybe it's your voice? My vision is blurry. I'm not even sure what's going through my mind. I'm sorry. This was all I was able to write for you. I'm truly sorry. I will leave the wheel behind. It was my dearest treasure. Farewell. I loved you. 5/8/1869. What the hell is this? He was visibly rattled. And unsurprisingly so. Mention of the Transcontinental Railroad's opening ceremony, the letters she had written, her dearest treasure, her profession of love for him, and above all, mangled text that appeared to be written by someone who was not entirely in their right mind. Everything about it served to amplify his befuddlement. You waited for me? How can that be? The joining ceremony is tomorrow. It hasn't happened yet. Why? Why did you have to leave then? I'm here. I came for you, just as I planned. Ceremony is on the 10th. A second later, Jacopo gasped. The date written on the letter was the day prior, May 8th. The ceremony was originally planned to be held on May 8th, 1869. However, due to bad weather and a labor dispute, it had been postponed for 2 days. This can't be. I made sure you were informed. I had Maria. The madam is having an affair. Maria, no, you couldn't. Scattered fragments of memory began coming together in his mind. Maria was the only one who had informed him of his wife's supposed unfaithfulness. And though the letters had not been addressed to him, thinking back on it, they all had been about him. In one letter, she mentioned treasuring a gift. Jacopo had assumed it was a gift meant from another man. But in fact, she was referring to the wheel, sitting atop her desk, still spinning in the wind. At long, long last, he finally made that connection. And at the same time, he realized that the only person who could have altered those letters was someone they both trusted. Maria. She never, even once, betrayed me. She was not unfaithful at all. She waited unwaveringly for me. And I refused to believe her. I caused her pain again and again. But his realizations came far too late. The white-haired girl's spirit had broken, and she was no longer at the mansion. Had he caught on to Maria's machinations sooner, things would have not turned out as they had. But he was much too late. Maria, why? Why would you do this? Clenching the letter from his wife, Jacopo stormed out of the shed in search of Maria. But she was not in the room assigned to her. Where are you? Where have you gone? Maria! Several maids were roused from their slumber by the racket. But no one had the courage to speak up as the master of the house frantically charged through the halls. Eventually, he arrived at his own chamber. He was certain he had closed the door before leaving, but now a sliver of light shone through the gap between the frame. From within the room, he could sense someone's presence. When he opened the door, there he saw, comfortably perched upon his own chair, a woman. I've been waiting, Jacopo. Nice room you got here. Though, I guess that's only natural. You being the man of the house and all. All these fancy furnishings. You do know this stuff is too good for you, right? And then me. I get that barren little maid's room. Drives me up the wall. So hey, Jacopo. Clear the air with your little lady yet? Hold on. I know I'm breaking tension, but it's such a good photo. It's such a good CG. I also loved the addition of the red to Maria. It's a very good touch. Girl boss. Colors in general? Color in general? Mm-hmm. Maria. I love that look on your face. I guess you didn't make things better then. You know, good and well, that she's not even here anymore. Well, yeah, but I still want to hear you say it, you know? I want to hear from your own mouth that you couldn't keep a leash on your woman. So you locked her up, drove her mad, broke her down, and then she ran away from you. Go on, say something. Climb back on your high horse and start shouting it like you always do. Why, Maria? Why would you do this? Why? Why do you think? Because I fucking despise you. I've been trying to figure out how I wanted to end things, but then they just fell apart on their own. The fates are smiling down upon me, I guess. Nonsense. She was waiting for me until the day of the joining ceremony. I was going to see her on that day. You knew the ceremony had been postponed. That's what you get for putting it all in my hands. For thinking I'm the only one on your side. What? Do you think I just tell her like a good little maid? Not a chance in hell. I mean, talk about fantastic news. You both pick the same day. You got the dates different. Absolutely perfect. This is 1800s. 1869. Maria, is that how you've always felt? How long? How long have you held this grudge against me? How long? How long? Oh, how goddamn dense can you be? Must be nice, living your own little fantasy world, Jacopo. And this is the next capo familia. Oh my god, my sides. So you've always hated me? At the very least, I fucking loathed you from the minute we had our reunion. At first, I did try to convince myself you had your reasons. Didn't make it feel any less unfair, though. You had all your money and all your power and everything else you stole from me. And then you go and get hitched to this pretty little lady. Oh, don't try to act like you're the victim here. This is all on you. Do you have any idea how I felt? Fallen from grace, made your goddamn maid, having to suck up to you? Do you have any idea how infuriating that was? Or did you think I didn't know anything? Do you think I didn't suspect anything? If you did, then you got your head way up in the clouds. So you were motivated by your grudge against my family, the Berzatis? Precisely. That's exactly it. Your father wanted so badly to be Capofamilia, wanted so badly to be in power, that he murdered my dad and grandpa. They say it was a carriage accident, but the ground was all torn to hell where it happened. You want to tell me what kind of carriage accident causes it to explode? As soon as my dad and grandpa died, your dad took over as Capofamilia. Balance of power in the factions began to change. My family, and anyone with ties to the Campanellas, was either exterminated or exiled. The Berzatis took control of the city. Your grandpa's Casca became your Casca. No one in their right mind would be naive enough to think the Berzatis didn't have a hand in that. Great Campanella family, bitten by their pet dog. Except that dog had rabies. And as a result, in time, that lush, historic land will wither away and die. My dad and grandpa, buried in that dried up earth, are screaming in their graves even now. You can't prove me wrong, can you, Jacopo? And now, first in line to be the next Capofamilia is you, their son. Naturally. Feels pretty good, don't it? Slaughtering my family, leaving us to wallow in the mud, while you live here like a fucking king. Because of what your family did. I don't have a home to go back to anymore. No house, no prestige. I have nothing left. And that's goddamn outrageous. The Campanellas are supposed to run that city. But instead, you filthy Berzati curs are crawling all over it like it's some kind of infestation. I am a legitimate Campanella. But I'm stuck being your goddamn maid. If I hadn't been born a woman, I could have become the Capofamilia after my dad and grandpa died. But because I'm a woman, I couldn't retaliate. I'd have to sit on my hands and watch the tragedy unfold. It was absolutely miserable. So, I had to make you suffer as well. I had to make you as... No. I had to make you as twice as miserable as I was. You had no reason to hate anyone but me. Why did you make her a part of this? Do you have some grudge against her too? Not particularly. I actually rather liked the madam. Sweet, pretty, kind-hearted, timid, and fragile. Trusted every word I said. A splendid little toy. You thought of her as your toy. Now, can you really call me out for that? Thank you, Amaya. You can't. You have no right. You never cared one bit about anyone else. They're all footstools to you. It's a little too late to find yourself any sense of morality. This whole thing, it could have been avoided if you two had just had a single conversation. But instead, you both came crawling to me, saying, "You're my only ally, Maria." How dense can you be? Of course. I thought you were my ally. I trusted you. As I'm sure she did too. Then you should get your eyes examined, because you can't see a damn thing. Maria. My God, it was beautiful. The way you two blindly trusted me, creating your own misunderstandings and causing your own pain. How could you never seem to get on the same page? Watching it all fall apart. Maria? Is that everything? The extent of your grudge and all you did? Yep. That's everything. All that's left is for me to kill you. Hold still now. I wouldn't want to miss. Maria, you... Does our past mean nothing to you? Was that oath just an empty promise? How could it, when you remember it so clearly? Fine, I'll explain it for our little romantic boy. Bad grown-ups will even take advantage of good memories. It's time I finally return this to you, Jacopo. That cartridge you gave me, packed with your disgusting sentimentality. Killing you ain't the end, though. Here's the art. Killing you ain't the end, though. All you Berzati curs. I'll send every last one of you straight to hell. My revenge has just begun. Even if you had been a man, you wouldn't have been suitable capophilia. Huh? You should have aimed between my eyes, Maria. Jacopo! Why? Why? In a panic, I pulled the trigger. From the barrel, bullet went flying. Quite literally, right between her eyes. Would anyone ever believe me if I said this wasn't how I wanted things to turn out? The rain just keeps on coming. I wonder if we'll be able to go home today. Hey, Yakapini! Say something, you little wuss! Be quiet. You're gonna give me a headache. The lightning's way louder than me. You jump, Jacopino. You're such a baby. You jump too. And stop calling me that. Don't be scared. Don't cry. I'm not crying. Your eyes are damp too. I'm not crying. Not at all. Not one bit. Liar. There's no end to this rain, is there? I'm fine. But if it doesn't stop, there's nothing at home for me. You don't want to go home? Your parents don't get along, huh? That's got nothing to do with it. Liar. You've got it good. Everyone loves your grandpa. And whenever anyone needs something, they come to him. Now there's a great man. Huh? How'd my grandpa become a part of this? Oh, no reason. Not everyone likes him. He gets just as much hate as love. Grandpa's not really a model citizen. He's mostly just shrewd. Are you jealous? I'm not. My old man is, though. Huh. Is he now? Well, your dad's got his good points too, I think. Like, I don't know. He seems to be the kind of man who can accomplish big things. Though it seems he's a lot stricter than my grandpa. Oh, come on. I don't get you. Why are you all climbing up for? No reason. If you don't want to go home, then how about we go somewhere far away from here? Huh? Once it stops raining, let's get out of here. Head up to the capital. Find some work. We can make it work. The two of us. Oh, and we'll bring Nero, of course. If we could. That would be nice. Break free of this city and its outdated traditions. Head somewhere bigger. More forward-thinking. If only it were possible. It's all right, Maria. I know you were just joking. We wouldn't be able to find work anyway. If the two of us ran off, we'd be starving in a month. You'd have to be blind not to see that. Alright. Let's go home once the rain lets up. Yeah, once it does. But until then... I know. Let's sing. Sing even louder than the lightning. Then maybe you'll stop crying, Jacopino. I'm not crying. Come on, let's sing. La, 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 la. I don't know what this word is, so la la la. La 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 la. It keeps going, it keeps going. Maria. I may not put it into words, but I trust you understand that I consider you a dear friend. Listen to me, Jacopo. My actions were justified. I did what I did for the betterment of this city, this land. Campanellas were too conservative. Under their control, this country will atrophy. Progress will continue to lose steam. If we don't push forward, we'll fall further and further behind. Before long, you'll be made the next Capo Familia. But until that day, you will cross over to the New World and establish a Cosca there. Unify us, bolster us, make us strong. I'll handle things back here. I won't let the Campanellas try and strike back. What? You want Maria to... It's dangerous to keep a Campanella so close. It has to be taken care of. You insist. But don't let your guard down. Betrayal is a constant companion in this world. I'm giving you my revolver. Keep it on you at all times. Glory everlasting upon our blood, and upon this earth. The best I can give you is a job as my maid. If I show any more obviously preferential treatment, the Berzattis are liable to step in. Money, power, respect, and enough authority to not take orders from anyone. Thought if I could obtain all that, I would be able to give you your freedom. And her as well. I want to give you both comfortable lives. But now, none of that got through to either of you. Everything is slipping through my fingers. Her love, my friendship with Maria, both of their smiles. Master? Master! What was that sound? So much blood. Maria? What happened this time? You keep getting stuck witnessing the worst things. What? What? Call a doctor. Someone with tight lips. Do not call the police. And don't make a scene. Got it? If so, then go on. Yes, sir. Right. Not everything slipped from my grasp. My money and influence are all that's left. That is what you wanted, though, is it not? You sought money and power, no? Aren't you going to go? Yes, I will. But first, I'd like to ask you something. What do you intend to do from here? What am I going to do? Exactly the same as before. But there is but one thing for me to do. I see. Will you eventually find solace in your riches? The way I see it, money and power can be your ally, but they can become your enemy in a blink of an eye. If you don't put them into words, your feelings will never make it through to anyone. For unlike money, humans are not measurable by their appearance. He failed to communicate with anyone what he held within his breast. He was chained down by his place in society, his pride, his relationships, and his own heart. At some point, he found himself in a position where he was no longer able to speak his mind. After enough time, he was likely to forget how to be genuine at all. Or perhaps someone like him simply would not, even if they knew how. In any event, there are many things in this world that cannot be communicated without being put into words. How sad that his tale should end without him expressing how he truly felt. How hard it must have been to never clear up his misunderstandings. After Jacopo's confrontation with Maria, the Pacific Railroad was completed as scheduled. Celebratory cheers shook the new world as the last spike was driven into the rails. Jacopo, however, could not even manage a smile listening to the telegraph. And I'm sure you can guess why. The people whom he wished to share this moment with were not there. Shortly following her death, Jacopo held a private funeral for Maria. Then, he commenced a search for the white-haired girl. But he did not do so alone. He hired others to help, did everything in his power to find her, tirelessly searching for many, many years. However, he was never able to locate her, and he spent the remainder of his life alone. Money, power, renown, servants. The world around him was quite lively, but solitude was his only companion. He waited. He waited. And he waited for the white-haired girl to return. The years crawled by, but with no family or loved ones at his side to care for him in his old age, he died alone. And that is the end of the third door. We've arrived at solitude. So, I think I'm going to call it here for now on the game. I'll do a quick little chat just to see how you feel. I want to know, what do you guys think? I'm very happy, somewhat happy. And then we will continue on next week with our story. If that is all right. I like it. Yeah, you were saying you didn't understand it when you were younger, right? And have a new appreciation for it as you like reliving it or revisiting it. It is a very complicated story. And especially if you're taking into account of how we're looking at misfortune. We've seen misfortune now in a couple different ways. And I know they only will get sadder, unfortunately. I do love this game. Oh, probably great voice acting, especially the evil Maria laughs. I'm glad you enjoyed my evil cackles. My evil cackles this late at night. But yeah, so tomorrow we will be streaming same time, but we will be going back to some more lighthearted kind of things. You're very good at being evil. It's mildly scary. Yeah. Like I was watching a movie at some points. I'm glad. And you know what? We have not had any tech issues today. I am so pleased. Tavern Talk and Melly. Yes, we will finally figure out tomorrow what the hell happened to Melly. Hopefully. Please. Please. I need to figure out what happened to Melly. And Kyle. I need to find where Kyle is. Oh, God. No, not Ghost. She's alive. Thank you, Sylvie. Thank you for... We have some people who believe. Oh. Yeah, Maya, I don't think you were here the last time. Yeah, we've been playing Tavern Talk. It's really fun. Oh, I believe. Oh, no, you don't. Okay. Well, I'm actually going to do something. Hold on. I believe they are. Yes, they are. Oh, what are they? Okay. So, since I'm actually at a time where other people are streaming, I'm going to raid. Because most times I don't have anyone to raid, but now we do. So we're going to raid into Marky. So feel free to follow along to Marky's chat, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining me today, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.